Thank you. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you very much for your words. Um, well, thank you, Rosana. Thank you, Adrian. I don't have much to say after these amazing uh, presentations, but there are a couple of things that I like to emphasize. First, again, acknowledgement. I'm really grateful for EMI's Energy Transition Institute for this partnership for this event, also for the with IDRC, with Milen Bordelot that is here with us, and Annalise and Adrian. Their support, the institution also made it financially possible that we are here, but also their support on this agenda and trusting our institution to be leading this initiative that for us is very, very important. A particular acknowledgement for the team of Asunto del Sur, Ignacio Lara, Nacho Foraz, Mercedes Gregorini, Mechi, Micaela Escalona that are here with us. They are the real leaders of this initiative and made it everything, all of this possible. I also would like to thank you all for being here and also acknowledge that there are particularly one colleague that couldn't make it, Mona Kershen from the Policy Initiative. She is in Lebanon. Her country is currently invaded by the state of Israel, and so she's not. She hasn't been able to be with us. All of our solidarity with her and her people. So in Asuntos del Sur, we're not an environmentalist or energy transition or climate organization. We work on democracy. That's the objective of our organization, and we arrived to this topic through our work on environmental democracy. We care about how we govern these processes and how human rights are respected and enhanced in these processes. So the core of this meeting today, the reason why we're here is, as Adrian said, is the initiative that we are leading, the Knowledge and Alliance for Environmental Defenders, CALI. You're more than welcome to visit the website. That is part of this cohort of projects that IDRC is funding in this cohort called Reclaiming Civic Space to Confront the Climate Energy in the Global South. As Adrian mentioned, this group consists of 9 research projects that are working in 23 countries in the Global South, in Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. Mostly not the Global South countries that Rosana was mentioning that not necessarily are Global South, that are the real Global South, if I may to say. And what they are doing, their focus is on the experience of climate and environmental advocates, activists, organizations, social movement, and affected communities. This initiative that we are leading, CALI, the goal is to bring together these nine projects that are doing meaningful research in the field in this very difficult and important field. And the goal is to bring them together to create a community of practice to exchange ideas, findings, and proposals, ideally proposals, and also try to bring a voice of all these initiatives to the global arena, places like the T20. And this is the reason why we wanted to be here. Parallel to this event, we are organizing our own internal workshops, a 2-day workshop that we've been working, but we decided to do it in Rio and to make it coincide with the ministerial and technical meetings of the G20. to make it coincide with the T20. T20, as most of you know, but probably not everybody, that brings together think tanks that are working on this political academic, that brings together political and academic experts to debate key issues of the global agenda and to inform the G20 that is happening this year. As Asunto del Sur, we joined this year the T20 initiative in the Task Force number 2, Sustainable Climate Action and Inclusive Just Energy Transition. And for us, it was important to try to bring these voices to this arena that is the T20, and particularly that for us was we had a big important impact that learning that human rights was pretty much missing in the discussions of the T20, and we thought that was particularly important then to bring this voice and this event in this aspect. As we all know, the climate agenda represents one of the most urgent and far-reaching challenges of our era. It has established itself as a central priority on the global agenda, demanding a coordinated and strong response from governments, which must take a leading role in implementing comprehensive sustainable policies to mitigate its effects and adapt to its impacts. But we also know that the climate change agenda faces numerous other challenges in the current context, including denialism and relativism that questions the seriousness of our crisis. These obstacles coexist in a world marked by polycrisis, where economic, social, and environmental crises are intertwined, making consensus building and implementation of effective action at the global level even more difficult and complex. In this sense, it's imperative to recognize that climate change is intimately interconnected with other phenomena such as food supply, access to natural resources, geographical challenges, migration, and rising cost of living and threats linked to new technologies, just to name a few. In addition, addressing climate change faces significant challenges in terms of coordinating actions at a multilateral level that can accompany and strengthen actions at regional, national, subnational levels. In a context of increasing delegitimization of multilateral governance frameworks, the need for agreement between actors of different natures at different levels to be able to channel spaces in which we materialize policy coordination is, in a broader sense, emerged more strongly than ever. I come from a country that my own president denied to sign the agreement, the Pact of the Future agreements. So we are really feeling the need, but we feel that we need to invest even more in this agenda. But also, the point that we want to make here is that climate change affects directly and indirectly a number of international guaranteed human rights. That's the part that we saw that was not missing, but at least to say underrepresented in the discussions. The states, the duty bearers, have an affirmative obligation to take effective measures to prevent and redress these climate impacts and thereby mitigate climate change, and to ensure that all human beings, right holders, have the capacity to adapt to the climate crisis. Climate justice requires that climate action be consistent with existing human rights agreements, obligations, norms, and principles. Those who have contributed least to climate change suffer unfairly and disproportionately from its harms. They must be the meaningful participant and primary beneficiary of climate action, and must have access to effective responses. I want to highlight the essential obligations and responsibility of states and other duty bearers, including business, mining companies, and others, and the implication for climate change agreements, policies, and actions. In order to promote policy coherence and help ensure that climate change mitigation and adaptation efforts are appropriate, sufficiently ambitious, non-discriminatory, and otherwise in line with human rights obligations. For all of these reasons, we felt that it was very important to bring these initiatives to the T20 as an official side event of the T20. We are bringing voices from countries that are beyond the G20, the country we have present, or people are doing meaningful work in countries like Liberia, Indonesia, Philippines, Honduras, Bolivia, Chile, Lebanon, Uganda, Morocco, and many, many other countries. We really understand that in this event we were going to have the chance to have a wide range of perspective from these people, from these important research institutes. And it's precisely this that we firmly believe that we should guide the work for participatory governance and decision-making structures at regional and global levels to continue to build global and equitable solutions for all. So I'm very happy, again, to be part of this event, and I'm sure that we're going to have very fruitful conversation with the voices from the Global South. Thank you very much for being here.
Okay, thank you, Rosa, Adrian, and Matthias for your welcome remarks. We are now entering the first session of the day, which will focus on the role of environmental defenders in a just and rights-compliant transition. So if you want to go to your seats. And then to begin with, we are really, really honored to have not just an amazing professional, but also a very good friend. There's Andresa Caldas, she will be our keynote speaker. Andresa Caldas is the Executive Director of the Mercosur Institute for Public Policy on Human Rights. She previously served as the Institute's Director of Institutional Relations. She holds a law degree from the Federal University of Paraná, a master's degree in social relations law from the Federal University of Paraná, and a master's degree in Latin American studies from the University of London. She also holds a PhD in social anthropology from the National University of San Martin. She has an extensive experience in international cooperation, development of mechanisms for dialogue and social participation, political articulation between authorities, public managers, and civil society organizations on issues of human rights, public policies, land and territory, gender, human rights, education and culture, migration and human mobility, among others. Andresa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Nacho. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here in Rio. It's my second city. Hello. Seeing some good friends, Pauline, Alessandro, and others. And first of all, I want to thank you, thanks Asuntos del Sur, IRDC, and E+ Energy Transition for organizing this important meeting and for inviting me to say some ideas, and more than this, to listen all of you on during this journey, during this day, about this important subject, and some ideas I think that already was said about this. I think it's some common conclusion that we can step forward on this basis about this missing component, or this missing actor on the discussion on the climate justice, on all the discussion that we are seeing in the G20. So my idea to bring here on this few minutes is try to establish some comparison about this missing component, this missing actor, which is the human rights, or we can say that the humanity in general, and why we can assume also another actor that's not missing, but it seems that it be invisible, although it's very present in all this discussion about the interaction of climate change and human rights. the impact of climate change on the enjoyment, exercise, guarantee of human rights is being threatening and bringing a lot of human rights violation and new human rights violation and indirect impacts. No? We are seeing every day in terms of heat waves, droughts, strong storms, and sea level rise. I'm speaking from a different, sorry, can I do in Spanish or Portuguese? It's been difficult to me to transmit my ideas, but I will try. Well, I'm trying to choose just, sorry, I can't. It's very difficult. I have no. No, I try. I have some ideas, but I can. Yes. If you can.
I will try.
Yes.
I will try.
In Spanish.
I will try.
Sorry, I just have a flight and with no sleep, and it's been very hard to me transmit my ideas. In general, I can speak very fluently in Portuguese and in Spanish, but in English it's been very difficult for me to bring some ideas that I would like to transmit in my own language or in Spanish. So it's
We will
can
try.
help. Okay,
We will try.
thank you. Pues, okay. Bueno, la idea acá es intentar traer una idea de comparar este actor que está faltando en este debate con un actor que está muy presente y con otro actor que nos parece invisibilizado, aunque es muy presente en el debate del climate change, de la mudanza climática.
So the idea is to try to compare this missing dimension of human rights with that is not always as present as desired, with another very present perspective, that is that of climate transition, the climate agenda, with another that is not also that visibilized as it would be wished or held.
Bueno, ese actor que no aparece en el debate, la primera pregunta que quisiéramos compartir y escuchar, seguramente van a traer sus perspectivas y sus trabajos, tienen que ver por qué el componente o los actores o el campo de los derechos humanos no están invitados o presentes o visibilizados en este debate.
So the first thing is that about this missing actor in this debate is that, and this is something that you may debate or will introduce in your working groups, is why the environment, the human rights agenda, why the human rights activists or defenders are not present in the just climate transition or climate agenda in general.
Nosotros solemos decir que cuando trabajamos desde antes del trabajo que hacemos ahora en el ámbito del Mercosur, pero con el tema de los defensores de derechos humanos, que nos ayudan más allá del trabajo importante de visibilizar sus luchas, pero son un importante termómetro para identificar la situación, el contexto, la conjetura de cada país o cada región.
Before the work they start in the Mercosur, in the institute, they said that those activists that are working in the field were a good sign to see which were the context, the threats, and the conditions. So it was also important, a good sign of in order to know how to intervene in this arena.
Entonces la pregunta es cuáles defensores están siendo amenazados, cuáles periodistas, qué tipo de trabajo están haciendo, de dónde están hablando, en qué tipo de sector están tratando de, qué área están intentando proteger y qué tipo de sector o poderes están enfrentándose.
So it is important to highlight which kind of activists are being threatened, from where, which kind of activities are, or which interests they are touching, where are these journalists that are also maybe threatened, so in order to identify and clarify which kind of threat we are facing.
Bueno, en general los defensores de derechos humanos, y acá hablo en una perspectiva amplia del concepto, la concepción de defensores de derechos humanos que venimos trabajando desde 2001, antes de eso, pero principalmente a partir de 2001-2002, cuando se constituye una declaración de Naciones Unidas de los defensores de derechos humanos.
She will talk about human rights defenders in a very general way, as they are working since 2001 when the Declaration on Human Rights Defender was established.
Entonces, abrange, y eso es importante decir porque muchas veces hay una fragmentación, y en este caso es importante que sobrepasemos ese tipo de división o fragmentación y entender los defensores de derechos humanos como los ambientalistas, también funcionarios públicos que actúan en defensa de los derechos humanos, liderazgos campesinos, indígenas, bueno, con una concepción bastante abrangente.
This is important because we had to avoid divisions and fragmentation. We are talking about not just, when we talk about environmental defenders, we are talking about environmental defenders, we are talking about land defenders, we are talking about civil servants that are working also in order to deliver public services. So we have this broad definition, broad conception of this kind of activists.
Bueno, en ese sentido, ese actor o este componente es también en lo que incomoda tanto a los estados, que en gran medida y tradicionalmente son los que violan los derechos humanos y también contribuyen a violaciones ambientales, pero también a los actores privados, que en gran medida, y eso viene creciendo, y me parece que para ese debate es importante, también son violadores de derechos humanos y de daños ambientales.
And this actor, this human rights defender, this is the actor that is uncomfortable for states. You know that states are the ones that violate human rights because they have to guarantee human rights, but not just states, also the private sector. We are seeing that more and more increasingly private firms are violating human rights, and so these actors are also uncomfortable for the private sector.
Bueno, entonces tenemos ahí algunas pistas o indicaciones de por qué no siempre o casi nunca estamos los defensores de derechos humanos invitados o perfectamente aceptados en algunos debates relacionados a temas que involucran derechos humanos y también los daños ambientales.
So this is a first clue to understand why we are not invited as human rights defenders to this kind of debates, where states and private firms have their interest to this kind of debates on, for example, in this case, the climate change.
Hay algo también para agregar sobre este carácter faltante, ¿no? el missing component, que tiene que ver también con la necesidad de tener una mirada más crítica sobre nuestro campo y sobre el trabajo que se está haciendo en el ámbito de los derechos humanos.
There's something that is important to add, that is that we should include also a critical perspective on the work we are doing in the field and the work that we are carrying out from our duties.
Gracias. Hemos visto que hay de alguna manera una fragilidad o una menor impacto de algunos organismos, organizaciones que actúan o tienen actuado con una mirada excesivamente o predominantemente jurídica o legalista.
We know that there's some fragility, or there has been less impact with those organizations that have a strictly legal perspective when working on this realm.
Y hay una fortaleza cuando los organismos de derechos humanos tradicionales o los defensores de derechos humanos en esa concepción amplia trabajan de manera integral, interdisciplinaria, mirando distintas y diversas estrategias.
And there's a very important strength when important human rights organizations have a broad perspective and multidisciplinary approach to these kind of matters.
Entonces, en ese sentido, además de ser un actor incómodo, molesto, que muchas veces no están presentes en los debates porque van a presentar denuncias, los problemas y no necesariamente las soluciones que se está queriendo escuchar o buscar, también hay un tema, por otro lado, del uso de estrategias que muchas veces llegan tarde, ¿no? El actuar jurídico o jurisdiccional en general se actúa a posteriori, aunque hay medidas preventivas, pero la generalidad del trabajo jurídico actúa después de las violaciones, después de los daños ambientales.
Okay, so besides being an uncomfortable and a naughty actor, so that's why they're left behind and not considering to this kind of table of discussion. There's the problem that many times this kind of human rights activists arrive late. So arrive when violations were just committed, and in very few times they can act preventively. So there's these two dimensions that converge in the challenges of human rights defenders.
En ese sentido nos parece muy rica, importante, interesante la cercanía y la aproximación y la articulación que se puede dar, que se está dando entre organizaciones que actúan de manera más clásica con los derechos humanos y organizaciones territoriales, ambientales, organizaciones que trabajan con ayuda humanitaria y con la temática de la gestión integral de riesgo, porque tienen una mirada preventiva o de actuar prioritariamente a los riesgos y daños.
That's why she's thinking it is important, and it's enriching also the convergence between traditional organizations that work on human rights with interacting with grassroots organizations, humanitarian organizations, so organizations that works on risk prevention, so that they can complement each other on the work in order to defend human rights.
Bueno, el segundo actor que ahí sí es el más visible, es lo que con quien dialogamos y tiene ese doble rol, doble posición o postura de ser justamente quien en su gran mayoría viola los derechos humanos, pero también aquel que debe proteger y reparar los daños, que son los actores estatales, los estados.
Then we have this second actor that is very visible, but it has a double role. On the one hand, it's the one that it's the one that should guarantee and protect human rights, but at the same time is the actor that violates human rights. So it has these two faces.
Entonces, en ese sentido, lo que quisiera reforzar es la necesidad de que los estados existan primero y sean fuertes a punto de poder reparar y proteger los derechos. Y digo eso que parece una obviedad, pero que no necesariamente es en esos tiempos en que hay un mensaje, un discurso, una narrativa de prescindir de la agente estatal o de creer que se puede dispensar el accionar de los estados en esos temas tan importantes como los derechos humanos y el cambio climático.
What she said is that besides it has these two faces, but of course that the state is important actor, and the state should be a strong state in order to guarantee and to comply with the normative to safeguard the human rights. And this is important in this moment because there's a time where we are living in a time in which there are voices that pretend that the state should be a smaller state or a weaker state, and a state that cannot deliver the services, in this case as guaranteeing human rights to the population.
Bueno, en ese sentido, con esa mirada y creyendo y defendiendo la importancia de que sí, los estados existan, que se exista legislación, además de la legislación que sea aplicada, y si no fuera aplicada, que exista un poder judiciario que lo pueda obligar, sigo, instituciones con estructura, con funcionarios, o sea, con funcionarios públicos, con agentes públicos y con presupuesto y políticas públicas, ¿no? Entonces, leyes, instituciones y políticas públicas.
So with this in mind, we have. So what she holds is that we need a strong state that will comply with law, the existing law, but that can be able to produce the necessary normative in order to guarantee human rights, to have a judiciary power in charge of safeguarding the integrity of humans, and also to count on sound public policies in order to guarantee rights to the population. So this kind of factor is the state institutions, policies and the division of power that is also important in order to comply with what we expect from the state.
Bueno, y ahí hay otro campo del debate o del trabajo, de la actuación de los derechos humanos que también merece destaque y me parece que necesita un enfoque y un avance, que es justamente trabajar con las políticas públicas en derechos humanos.
This is another important field that should be highlighted, is that the importance of working on public policies on human rights.
En ese sentido, tener políticas públicas con perspectiva de derechos humanos no se atiene o no se circunscribe a políticas públicas tradicionalmente de derechos humanos o políticas sociales de educación, salud, asistencia social, de vivienda, de medio ambiente, pero también aquellas políticas consideradas duras, ¿no? Entonces, lo que proponemos y trabajamos en el sentido de aplicar políticas públicas con perspectiva de derechos humanos, también para sectores como el debate presupuestario, como el sector y el debate de las políticas públicas de energía, de defensa y de economía, son considerados núcleos duros de las políticas públicas del Estado.
So, in this sense, it is important to have a human rights perspective when talking about public policies, but not just in the traditional areas that we associate with human rights, that it could be health, education, and care, and social policies, but also in the so-called hard policies, for example, budget finance or the defense policies that sometimes are left behind with this perspective, and that human rights perspective should be central also in debating these kind of policies.
Bueno, en ese sentido lo que queremos decir cuando hablamos con políticas públicas con perspectiva o con enfoque de derechos humanos es asegurar algunos principios básicos, por ejemplo, el principio de igualdad y no discriminación, que hoy se traduce más visiblemente con la inclusión de una perspectiva étnico, de género y étnico-racial en las políticas públicas.
So when we talk about the perspective on human rights, we are talking about having in mind and implementing important principles. The first one is the equality,
Igualdad y no discriminación.
equality and non-discrimination, and it is also complemented with equality in terms of, for example, equality of in terms of gender, and also ethnically or in terms of race.
El segundo principio es de acceso a la información o transparencia, accountability.
So the second principle is access to information and accountability.
Y el tercero, que no es menos importante, quisiera enfatizar en ese debate, que es el principio de la participación pública o la participación social.
So, and the third principle that I think this is one of the most important and that she would like to highlight is the public participation, so civil society participation.
Entonces, en ese sentido, aplicar esos principios, pensar políticas públicas con enfoque de derechos humanos, nos ayuda a también encontrar un campo de actuación que no solo trata los daños o los efectos posteriores, las violaciones que ya ocurrieron, pero trata de justamente interrumpir este ciclo vicioso entre accionar del Estado o de poderes, sectores privados que dañan y después se reparan, ¿no? La idea de trabajar preventivamente o con la idea de políticas públicas que puedan anticipar esos daños y riesgos.
So working with having in mind this principle, it helps to better address the way in which to produce public policies, because you are not acting after that a violation was committed, but it allows you to act preventively. So you are breaking this vicious circle between the state or the private sector violating, and then the human rights defenders acting afterwards, after the damage was made.
Bueno, muy sintéticamente uno vio ese rol de este actor que está subrepresentado o no tan presente, que es los actores de derechos humanos concebidos de manera amplia. Este actor que está muy presente y es necesario que esté presente, que esté visibilizado, que esté siendo accionado, que es el actor estatal. Y quisiera cerrar con ese que es un actor que, aunque muy invisibilizado, que se hace invisible, es bastante presente en este debate.
So we have talked about this missing component, this missing actor that should be included in this kind of agendas. And then we have talked also about this second actor that is very present, that we need it. So we are not denying the need of a state actor. But then we have a third actor that, although is kind of missing, we also need it in this kind of debates.
En realidad que es un actor presente, pero invisible, que no está tan...
It is an actor that it is present, but it should be strengthen the position of this actor.
que justamente las corporaciones o el sector corporativo.
That is the private sector, firms.
Para nosotros que trabajamos en el campo de los derechos humanos, hemos pasado muchos años, veo José Olinda acá y me va, creo que coincidir, trabajando en convencer al sector privado, a las corporaciones, que respeten los derechos humanos, una vez que la actual realidad, el momento que vivimos, son ellos también actores, además junto con los estados, que son importantes violadores de derechos humanos.
So we have been working for many years trying to convince the private sector that they have to comply with human rights principles and a human rights approach, because we have witnessed that for many years also that they are important violators of human rights.
Entonces se estableció ahí dos caminos de debate o de estrategia, uno mirando a eso que las corporaciones sí estaban de acuerdo a conseguir, que era lo que llamamos soft to law, que son los principios de John Ruggie, conocido como John Ruggie, que establecen algunas, no obligaciones, pero algunas recomendaciones a seguir de proteger, respetar los derechos humanos, pero que no son obligatorias, no son vinculantes.
Because in this sense, they had like two pathways that they followed. On the one hand, it was this
John Ruggie.
John Ruggie principle, that there were some recommendations that were made to the private sector, but these recommendations are not mandatory. So it was like trying to convince them to follow these principles, but in a voluntary way.
Entonces ahí se arma toda una estructura de muchos años que llegan también a los estados a través de programas nacionales de empresas y derechos humanos, pero que la verdad después de muchos años, y no es el hecho de decir yo avisé, pero la verdad que demuestra muy pocos avances y muy poquitos cambios en la realidad, en el actuar de grandes empresas. Y cuando estamos hablando del sector privado, estamos hablando de grandes corporaciones, y principalmente esas que tienen una afectación importante a los derechos humanos. Yo trabajé bastante y por eso miro en ese ejemplo que son las empresas mineras, pero otras también, no obviamente las pymes. Pero en ese sentido hay pocos avances, resultados y cambios por esa línea estratégica que se toma.
So for many years, a whole structure was built up in order to work on these principles, and she knew it would play bad, and she said, she told the rest of the people that it could happen, but there was not much success in getting important results from this kind of work, following this kind of principles. Of course, what she wants is that when we talk about the private sector, we are not talking about small and medium enterprises. We are talking about big corporates. She mentioned, for example, the mining sector, that is a very important economic sector. And she said that, well, after many years, this model of approaching to human rights with the private sector didn't work out.
La otra estrategia que fue tomada y que también está llevando y no fue concluida muchos años es la construcción y elaboración de una convención vinculante, un tratado internacional a las empresas, a las grandes corporaciones desde Naciones Unidas.
The second strategy was to build a new convention, an international treaty in the framework of the United Nations that should be mandatory to the private sector.
Y ahí es cuando uno ve por ese ejemplo que quise traer acá, de este actor visible invisible pero muy presente, ¿no? Invisible pero muy potente. En todo el debate para construir un tratado que pudiera vincular y obligar a las empresas de derechos humanos, que sigue siendo bloqueado, las empresas se hicieron presentes, aunque para decir que no son actores que deberían ser responsabilizados internacionalmente. Y se hicieron presentes a través de lobbies para tratar de interrumpir el avance de esa discusión, de ese tratado.
And this is why she used this example to show that this is a missing actor, but a very powerful actor. Because in the work to build this kind of treaty, the big corporations, through their lobbyists, were present in order to try to block these works, and also to say that they were not responsible for these damages or these violations, that they are not accountable actors in this sense, and of course they try to hide their responsibilities.
Bueno, en ese sentido me parece que eso y para ya ir concluyendo y finalizando, y agradeciendo a Nacho por esa traducción que me ha salvado la vida, y me siento mucho más cómoda hablando, aunque español no es mi idioma.
Don't worry.
Terminar con esa reflexión que me parece interesante y que me parece muy actual y también aplicable a lo que se está viendo en el G20, también el T20, y los debates que se está construyendo, que es eso que se costuma decir desde algunos grupos territorializados y que vienen denunciando lo que se llama la captura corporativa de las instituciones internacionales, desde Naciones Unidas, pero también otras instituciones de esa arquitectura internacional que se quiere y se necesita reformar.
Okay, and says that in order to conclude that she would like to highlight that this capture of institutional international organizations that is being made, and also the importance of this kind of capture when we are talking about the G20, the T20, of these multilateral governance structures, because we need to reform the current architecture in order to make it more representative of the different actors.
Entonces, en ese sentido, volver a lo inicio de resaltar, ¿no? Como posibilidad, y eso lo viene haciendo, y yo estoy bastante interesada en escuchar a los grupos que están acá, de esa estrategia que no es nueva, más bien es bastante antigua, del movimiento de los derechos humanos, del movimiento ambientalista, de los sindicatos, de los grupos territoriales, que justamente utilizar la responsabilización dentro de los mecanismos nacionales, y la estrategia de naming and shaming, de nombrar y visibilizar esos actores que se quieren mantener invisibles.
So that's why she would like to return to the beginning of her speech, that is that the importance for human rights defenders, but also for environmental defenders, to highlight and to shed light on those actors that are violating human rights. So that there is no more missing actors in this agenda, and that everyone puts a name in violators and also in defenders.
Así que, bueno, rescatar eso, diciendo y no olvidando, me parece que alguna idea que siempre hay que tenerla en consideración. Yo sé que hay grupos de otros continentes, pero que estamos hablando acá, desde Río de Janeiro, desde Brasil, desde Sudamérica, que es y sigue siendo la región más desigual del planeta, y un país que está construido y tiene su historia basada en una historia de exterminio de pueblos originarios, del mayor tráfico transatlántico, un proceso de esclavización impresionante, y de procesos que siguen todavía afectando, en base a esa desigualdad fundacional, poblaciones indígenas, afrodescendientes, campesinas. Me parece que no perder también ese otro, muchas veces missing component, que es la base estructural, los problemas estructurales de la desigualdad, del proceso de colonización, del proceso del patriarcado y de esclavización, que es parte de nuestra identidad, que también es parte de esa contralucha o esa contrarrespuesta y ese armado tan rico y diverso que son las construcciones de la movilización social de nuestra región.
Okay, and what she says is that we don't have to miss that we are, besides that, there are people from many parts of the global south that we are speaking now from Brazil, from Rio de Janeiro, from Brazil, from Latin America. This is one of the most unequal region of the world. And in the case of Brazil that she mentioned, that we cannot avoid mentioning the inequalities that this country suffered. That was one of the main centers for slavery in the past, that indigenous people were massacred, killed also in the past, and that these inequalities still are impacting on the current, I would add, she didn't say it, but not just on the Brazilian society, but in Latin American society. So we don't have to miss the structural inequalities of our region that are still impacting not just only on the environment, but also patriarchy, and we are also impacting on violence and many other important debts that our region has to deal with. So this is something that we should include in our debate.
So, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. So now, I need holidays. No. Thank you. So now we will have our first panel of the day that we will feature interventions from leading environmental defenders and human rights experts who will share their experiences from different regions of the world. The panel will be moderated by Eunice Nsikak of Minority Rights Group Africa. So while you are sitting here, please Mark, please Maria Beatriz. Eunice Nsikak is a legal professional and human rights advocate. She is the Africa Legal Officer at the Minority Rights Group Africa office in Kampala. In her role, Eunice focuses on promoting access to justice and community legal empowerment projects. Her legal and advocacy work focuses on advancing the rights of indigenous peoples and communities in sub-Saharan Africa, as well as promoting inclusive service delivering and stakeholder engagement. Minority Rights Group Africa's efforts have resulted in significant legislative advances and increased awareness of the challenges faced by indigenous and ethnic minority communities in Africa. She is currently the project coordinator for an IDRC research study being conducted in Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. So, thank you very much. Before giving the floor to Eunice, unfortunately, our colleague Wilmer Reyes had some bureaucratic issues and he couldn't arrive to Brazil, so he will not be here today. And Shona Finnegan didn't feel well, so we will have Eunice, Mark, Maria Beatriz. So thank you very much. Eunice, now you have the floor.
Good morning. Good morning. Is this better?
Yeah.
Super. So, thank you very much for your time. Today we shall be looking at the role of environmental defenders in a just and rights-compliant transition. And to be able to take us through this discussion, we have Mark Ambe III of the Asia-Pacific Network of Environmental Defenders. Mark is currently a program specialist and lead researcher of the Asia-Pacific Network of Environmental Defenders, also known as APNED, and is a doctoral student at the University of Melbourne. His work for the past 2 decades has focused on human rights and social and environmental justice, especially in Asia-Pacific. Mark, thank you very, very much for being here. And joining Mark, we also have Maria Beatriz Melo from the Brazilian Socio-Environmental Platform. Maria, welcome. Maria Melo is an assistant researcher at the Socio-Environmental Platform of the BRICS Policy Center. She has a master's degree in international relations from the Pontifical Catholic University of Rio and a bachelor's degree in international relations from the same institution. Kindly put your hands together to help me welcome Maria and Mark. Thank you. Thank you very much. So to kick us off, Mark, with your experience, especially focusing on the Asia-Pacific area, what gaps do environmental defenders bridge in advocating for a rights-compliant, just transition?
Hello. Yeah. Hi, everyone. So in order to answer that, maybe I should probably go to my presentation. Thank you, everyone, for... Just a note, I have stage fright. So My heart is beating so fast. I am. I will try to make this torturous presentation and your pain as short as possible. Right, thank you. The Asia Pacific Network of Environmental Defenders is based in Manila, Philippines. In my office stays Jonila Castro and Jed Tamano. Jonila Castro and Jed Tamano are women environmental human rights defenders who are active in anti-Manila Bay reclamation activities, where these reclamation activities destroy climate-important eco-habitats. In 2023, September, 1 year ago, Jed and Jonila were abducted and held incommunicado and disappeared by state security forces for 17 days. And they were labeled as communist insurgents. They were presented to the media as communist surrenderies, but Jed and Jonila took the opportunity to say the truth. They were abducted, they were disappeared, they were held incommunicado. They were not communist insurgents, but simple climate and environmental human rights defenders. They were subsequently released, but the military filed charges against them of oral defamation, and last week, Monday, 23 September, warrants of arrest were issued against them. And they went into hiding. Before I left for this event, they were in hiding. I think 2 days ago, they were able to post bail. So we can breathe a little easier now, but for them. But still not for a lot of environmental human rights defenders, not just in the Philippines, not just in Southeast Asia and the Asia Pacific, but the rest of the world. These kinds of situations happen to many environmental human rights defenders globally. But who are environmental human rights defenders? Before that, I'd just like to give a quick introduction what APNED is. APNED is a defender-built and defender-led network, campaign and solidarity network of individuals and organizations upholding environmental justice, environmental rights, climate justice, and the protection of human rights defenders in the Asia-Pacific region. Maybe I'm not going to define EHRDs too much because I'm sure you guys already know what EHRDs are. Individuals and groups who in their professional or personal capacity and in a peaceful manner, someone might take note of that, but I'm not going to say who, would strive to protect and promote human rights relating to the environment, water, air, land, flora, and fauna. Now, we go to the numbers. For a 10-year period, from 2012 to 2021, 435 out of the 1,733 land and environmental defenders killed all over the world were in the Asia Pacific. That's 25%. We do not want the dubious honor of being the second most dangerous region in the world after Latin America. You can have that honor. We don't want that. But these are the facts. 25% of those killings in a 10-year period happened in the Asia Pacific region. 25 of the 196 killed only in 2023 happened in Asia, in the Asia Pacific region. That's 13%. Latin America is still the most dangerous region in the world for land and environmental defenders, but as usual, the Asia Pacific comes close. The Philippines, 17 were killed in the Philippines, 5 in India, and 3 in Indonesia. But it's not just killings that are happening. There are other types of threats against land, and you know what? I am going to stand because I can't see my phone. There are other types of threats against land and environmental defenders. You have enforced disappearances like what happened to Jed and Jonila. You have judicial harassment, arbitrary arrests and detentions, criminalization, physical and sexual violence that happens towards environmental defenders, defamation and vilification, and other types of violations. Most of our land and environmental defenders are indigenous peoples and agricultural workers. Most of the human rights violations are perpetrated by state security forces. The policies affecting EHRDs include anti-terrorism laws, anti-communism laws, peace and security policies, as well as cyber libel or tax evasion cases. There is a marked lack of policies for protection of environmental human rights defenders in the Asia-Pacific region. Sorry. Right. Now, environmental defenders help. Right. Environmental human defenders, it's important to note that environmental human defenders are people. They are not just numbers. We are not just numbers. We are people working day in and day out to protect the environment and to promote climate justice. Except our rights are being violated. John Knox, a former special rapporteur in environment and human rights, said nothing is more important in the protection of the environment and in advancing climate justice. Nothing is more important than the protection of our environmental human rights defenders who are working towards the protection of environment and towards climate justice. Our environmental defenders step in to fill that governance gap where our shitty governments are not doing their work and our shitty businesses are profiting from our sweat and our labor. Now, a lot of times, we've been hearing these discourses already. Like, yes, we're going to be able to solve our environmental and climate problems if we have, what do you call those minerals? Critical minerals, right? So we swap our fossil fuels for renewable energy, rechargeable batteries, but that entails large-scale mining. I'm not going to go into detail what large-scale mining does. I know everyone knows what large-scale mining does, but also that environmental defenders oppose large-scale mining precisely because of these negative effects of deforestation, of destruction of the environment. But our environmental defenders get vilified, get criminalized because of this work. Last August, 13 Filipino activists were charged under the anti-terrorism law because of their support for indigenous communities, indigenous peoples whose communities were militarized due to their protests against large-scale mining in the Philippines. Another proposed solution for the climate problem and for just transition is switching to renewable energy like large dams. We've heard this story before. Large dams are going to solve, instead of using fossil fuels, we can use the energy that comes from large dams. But we also know that large dams are destructive to the environment. Since, I think next year is the 25th anniversary of the World Commission on Dams report, and 25 years ago, we've already said that large dams are not the answer, and yet our governments, intergovernmental agencies, are still pushing for large dams. 2 months ago, 10 environmental defenders from Cambodia were arrested because of anti-state plots, because of their activism against construction of large dams along the Mekong Basin in Southeast Asia. Now, we have agribusiness plantations. We're saying that, yeah, probably, maybe we can use palm oil plantations as a source of biofuel, which can be an alternative against fossil fuels, yeah? But agribusiness plantations in Indonesia is one of the largest, one of the countries with the largest land tracts that are dedicated towards palm oil plantations. Last month, we had 17 Indonesian activists that were criminalized or charged with offenses because of their protests against the conversion of forests and the conversion of agricultural lands to palm oil plantations. Instead of our environmental and human rights defenders' work being recognized because they are helping in ensuring that we are moving to an actual just transition, they are being criminalized. In fact, social movements for environmental defense all over the world contributed to the move away from fossil fuels and staying within the carbon budget. 57 cases were studied in a 10-year period from 2010 to 2020. These 57 social movements used various tactics of protest, including campaigning, protest actions, civil disobedience. 15 of these cases were able to stop fossil fuel activities completely, as in shut down fossil fuel projects. 16 contributed to fossil fuel and divestment. 24 cases contributed to the creation of new legislation for just transition or a move away from fossil fuels, and 12 resulted in new executive policies. Surprisingly, despite the push for market-based solutions, I know everyone hears about market-based solutions as the solution to for a just transition, social movement proposals actually lead to very few market-based solutions. Most social movement proposals move towards community-based solutions that are not that do not involve market-based solutions. Now, why are our environmental human rights defenders, despite their work, why are our environmental human rights defenders' rights being violated? That is because, one, the framework for development is centered on profit and not genuine, sustainable development. There is an overproduction for profit that has caused unsustainable extraction and environmental degradation and pollution beyond the ecological threshold that our environment can take. There's a rise of repressive measures against environmental human rights defenders to ensure that, because our governments are mostly in cahoots with big businesses, there's a rise of repressive measures in order to ensure that projects push through despite resistance from communities and environmental human rights defenders. And there is a lack of recognition, as we mentioned before, there's a lack of recognition and protection of environmental human rights defenders through laws and policies. I actually initially made a 30-minute presentation, but because I was told I only had 10 minutes, so I am going to end this presentation now. I hope I was able to give a brief overview of how important the work is of environmental human rights defenders in assisting in for us to move towards a human rights-based just transition. Thank you very much. The questions, anyone who wants to ask a question will get a knuckle massage, so please don't ask. Thank you.
Mark, thank you very much for your presentation. I think we can all say, irrespective of the regions where we come from, there's a lot of relatability across the board, whether you're coming from Africa, whether you're coming from Asia, whether you're coming from Latin America, that our human rights defenders, our environmental human rights defenders, all face the same challenges. So thank you very much for that, Mark. So Maria, I will give the floor to you to give us an overview of the climatic ambitions of BRIC countries and the relation to human rights. Karibu sana.
Thank you. You can hear me? Yes? Okay. Thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank you for giving me a master's degree because I'm still a master's student. So I only need to write my dissertation, but that's okay. Thank you very much. But I would like to thank the opportunity to be here. I would like to thank the Assuntos del Sur, the E+ Institute on Energy Transition, the IDRC for being here. and I would like to highlight them from the BRICS Policy Center social environmental platform of the BRICS Policy Center, that is a think tank related to International Relations Institute of PUC-Rio. And we are an area of research that focuses on environmental and climate discussions on the international governance. And right now, from the last few years, we've been studying on the climate ambitions of BRICS countries, trying to have a common knowledge of what the BRICS countries present as their ambitions, as their policies, as discourses. But as I've also been told to limit the presentation on 10 minutes, so I'll only focus on Brazil. But I think it's important to focus on Brazil not only because we are here for the G20 side event or the G20 presidency, but also Brazil has a huge year, international year. Next year, we'll be hosting the COP30, but also we'll be hosting the BRICS Summit. So I also think that Brazil is an important country to push forward and lead to a discussion, international discussion on the rights in a just transition. And I also have my notes in here. So in the current scenario that we are living through, the fight against climate change, and some terms are being frequently mentioned as energy transition, just transition, low carbon economy, net zero emissions, and these terms are in various speeches, commitments, policies. But it's important to ensure that these so-called solutions do not turn into false solutions or to continue to promote inequalities and violence that we experience in our fossil-based system that we have right now. But when we consider also the implications of an energy transition, and it will bring a more intensive use of clean and renewable energy that could also amplify activities attached to violence and inequalities, such as mining, agribusiness, as it's been shown to us, and conflicts over land, risks and dangers for environmental defenders, and way more heavy stuff. And it may even seem contradictory, but the push for energy transition can also bring more emissions if not done correctly. So it won't even solve a problem of limiting emissions of greenhouse gases. So the energy transition will also require a greater demand for minerals, the critical minerals that we've been talking about, that are used for technologies of clean and renewable energy. Most global south economies, including Brazil, enter the international trade and the through extractivism and other activities very heavy on land, and they remain on the international division of labor to the provision of raw materials and commodities. And it's no secret that the activities of the mining activities and agribusiness activities here in Brazil are very controversial, environmental damaging, dangerous for land defenders, for local communities affected by these activities. And as you mentioned as well, the Global Witness report on land and environmental defenders shows that mining activities are the main drivers of killings of environmental defenders, and more than 50% of these mining-related killings are here in Latin America. Brazil also has a huge share of mining-related issues and conflicts. We can think of the most recent ones and the biggest ones as in 2015, the Mariana Dam rupture, or in 2019, the Brumadinho Dam rupture that caused many deaths and impacts on the environment. We also have threats posed by the illegal mining and the gold industry in the Yanomami territory and the indigenous territory, for example, in the Amazon region. So these economic opportunities that are being presented to us for for energy transition through critical mining reserves and putting these countries in a new area and showing more and giving some international value, these opportunities could also be implemented without drastic changes to mining practices, and that could increase the pressure on land defenders, on local communities, on affected by these projects, and results in even more violence and inequality, and could promote an unjust transition that we do not want. And the same holds true when we think about large-scale clean and renewable energy projects. Biomass, that's the main renewable energy source here in Brazil, is closely tied to the Brazilian agribusiness that we all know is very dangerous and very violent, with indigenous peoples, local communities, the Brazilian landless movement, the MST, and others. And agriculture is also the second largest contributor to greenhouse emissions here in Brazil. For over 5 decades, Brazil also has been dealing with the impacts of dam construction and hydroelectric power plants. And the national movement of people affected by dams, that is a huge movement and a very, very important movement, emerged precisely from the struggles faced by the populations during the implementation of these dams and projects. And the establishment of renewable energy projects as well, like wind power, is already responsible for at least 5 environmental justice conflicts during these last few years here in Brazil as well. So with this context in mind, what responses do we have from Brazil to a just transition that considers the rights and the safety of environmental defenders? Just transition is a term that's being discussed internationally in the UNFCCC, in other international forums such as G20, the BRICS Summit, but there's a big dispute on what it is exactly, the definition, and we can't find a common ground yet. But in Brazil's case, the just transition part is part of a transversal strategy for the Brazilian climate action, is being presented in the new climate plan that is part of an update of the national policy on climate change. This updated policy is expected to be presented by the end of this year, so maybe we have a more clear definition by then. But the understanding of the Brazilian government on just transition brings some sort of common ground on the recognition of the labor union concerns on transition to fossil fuel jobs, but also includes a consideration for populations vulnerable to climate change. And the National Energy Transition Policy that has been approved in August also presents an understanding of a just and inclusive energy transition that is being defined in this law that says that a just and inclusive energy transition is committed to promoting equity, social participation, minimizing the negative impacts on communities, workers, businesses, vulnerable social groups impacted by changes in the energy system, with a special attention as well to combating inequality and poverty. But we need more than a pretty discourse from Brazil. Not only the definition will be enough. There are some paths that the country can take to protect the rights of the land defenders and environmental activists, as well to include them in a truly just transition project. In particular, and most especially, Brazil needs to urgently ratify the Escazú Agreement. If you don't know, the Escazú Agreement is an agreement by countries, 4 countries from Latin America and the Caribbean, to ensure the right of access to information, as well public participation in the decision-making processes that affect the lives and environment. It requires countries to ensure proper access to justice and to adopt measures to provide environmental defenders with a safe and enable environment in which they can operate without threats, restrictions, or insecurity. This is particularly relevant for Brazil because you showed to us as well that is the second deadliest country for environmental activists and land defenders. And now to conclude my remarks, with Brazil holding the presidencies for G20 this year, for BRICS Plus next year, and COP30, the country can lead and push for a broader dialogue on just transition, emphasizing the importance of defending the rights and protection of environmental defenders, as well as including them in this debate, not only internationally, but also nationally. So the homework also needs to be done. And with that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Maria, thank you very much for your presentation. And I would request that despite Mark's threats to your safety, that you hold your questions and possibly have these during coffee break. We can be able to have that. But before I officially release you from here, officially, not just yet, officially, I'll give you...
Dios mío. Yes.
Before I officially release both of you, I would like to give you maybe 1 minute, 2 minutes to possibly just give us your parting shots. And to you, Mark, my question would be, what action do you see, what actions would you want to see from governments to support environmental and climate rights defenders? 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
Dios mío. Pregunta muito difícil. No, seriously. We don't have an Escazú agreement in the Asia Pacific. We don't even have national policies protecting environmental human rights defenders in the majority of countries in the Asia Pacific. What we want to see is, let me get Korigome. What we want to see is an enabling environment for environmental human rights defenders to continue their work. That means legislation and policy for continued protection of environmental human rights defenders. As Maria said, I envy you. You have an Escazú agreement. We don't have that. We don't even know what. That's one, an enabling environment. But the second is a recognition of the importance of the work being done by environmental human rights defenders. The problem is our governments in the Asia Pacific do not recognize such a thing as an environmental rights, or like rights of environmental defenders, or even the concept of environmental rights. APNED was part of a move of the working group to create an ASEAN Environmental Rights Declaration. We hammered that declaration for 2 years, but the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights cut down the 50-page document that we submitted into a 5-page, powerless, toothless document that basically just says there are no Los Pueblos Indigenas, there are no rights to environment, there are no rights to sustainable development. You basically have no rights as people. You basically do not have rights to a sustainable environment and to a sustainable future. This is what governments in Southeast Asia did. We assume that other governments in the Asia Pacific are trying to do the same thing in their own jurisdictions. But this is something that we need from governments if we are to ensure that we reach that zero carbon, that zero emissions, that whatever they want to call it, whatever they use as pretty words in order to cover whatever it is that they should be doing. What's important is that there is an enabling environment and there is protection for environmental human rights defenders and climate activists. Otherwise, this all goes down the drain. I know that's 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mark. And to you, Maria, my question to you, and Mark has touched on it, and you have also touched on it in your presentation. Would the Escazú Agreement of Latin America also be relevant to Asia and Africa? And if so, broadly, how do you think we can achieve the adaptation of such an agreement in other regions?
Remember, I still don't have a master's degree. Well, yeah. Well, at first, we need to consider that some important countries are still not in the Escazú Agreement, such as Colombia, Peru, and Brazil. They are the most deadliest countries here in Latin America. Maybe that's why they're still not in the agreement. So it's important to have them in the agreement first. And I think some countries like Colombia and Brazil could also have an important platform, international platform, to bring another countries and to bring this discussion on a more deeper level, because our countries, for example, Brazil and Colombia, they are interested in being put in this space of leadership internationally. So maybe we can start with that, and to have a discussion and a more an open and more serious discussion internationally with regions such as Latin America, Asia, and Africa on the rights of environmental defenders. I think maybe first we need to have the space to discuss. A meeting, I don't think an agreement will be achieved very soon, but some meeting, some summit, something to keep them in touch. But it is also a very difficult topic, because it relates, as we've been talking about, to the structures, the economic, the productive structures. They are very violent, deadly, inequitable and it's not something that only Brazil suffers, the Philippines suffers, the Indonesia suffers, South Africa suffers, is in these regions, and it is from how we've been inserted in this international trade system. So that's the answer that I have for now for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mark, Maria. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your attention. But I would request that whatever extra additional questions that you have for our panelists, you can ambush them during coffee.
Okay. Thank you, Eunice, Mark, and Maria Beatriz. We invite you to enjoy a 15-minute coffee break. But before we go, after the coffee break, we will work on in small thematic groups addressing different dimensions of human rights that can enrich recommendation of Task Force 2 of the G20 Brazil. So this space in working groups is intended to foster a meaningful exchange of ideas and perspectives among participants. We will work in 2 groups. One group will work in this room on recommendation 1, that is fostering the just dimension of transition plans through institutional capacity building, technology transfer, and adequate funding, that my colleague Milena Megre from ePlus will be moderating. And the second group, we will be in next room with recommendation 4, that is placing indigenous peoples and traditional communities' knowledge, participatory governance, and equitable benefit sharing at the core of the design and implementation of the G20 high-level principles on bioeconomy and other relevant G20 instruments, such as the G20 high-level principles of lifestyles for sustainable development. So now we're going to the coffee break, and then we will split in 2 groups. Thank you very much. So, welcome back. We can begin with the second panel of the day, which will focus on institutional frameworks that can support a just transition based on human rights at the national, regional, and international levels. However, I would like to draw your attention to something. Mona Keshen cannot be present at this activity due to the Israel war on Lebanese territory. We deeply regret not only that our colleague cannot leave her own country, but, and more importantly, the untenable situation that continues to exist in this area. So, to continue with this introduction, I would like to mention that this panel will be moderated by Julia Chokair from the Arab Reform Initiative. Julia is a senior fellow at the Arab Reform Initiative, where she co-founded the Environmental Politics Program and works on environmental and climate justice. She holds a PhD in political science from Yale University and a master in Arab studies and a bachelor in foreign service from Georgetown University. Julia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Nacho. Yes, I'd like to invite my co-panelists to join us up here. Please come. So thank you, Nacho, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. As Nacho mentioned, I am here on behalf of the Arab Reform Initiative, which is an independent Arab think tank. We have offices in Tunis, in Beirut, and in Paris, but we also have researchers all around the Arab region and work on all the countries in the region. Like Asuntos del Sur, something Matias was mentioning this morning, our work at the Arab Reform Initiative also did not emerge out of climate and environmental issues, but rather out of questions of political change and of social justice in our region, in the Arab region. And that is the lens that we use to approach questions of environmental, climate, and climate challenges and injustices. It is my pleasure to welcome you to our second session on the question of how institutional frameworks at different levels of governance can support a just transition based on human rights. So Nacho mentioned that one of our panelists could not be here with us today, Mona Keshen. She couldn't be with us physically nor digitally because of the Israeli ongoing bombing of her country, Lebanon. Since it is also my country, I wanted to say a few words with the permission of my panelists before we begin. I'm delighted to share this floor with them, but I just wanted to say a few words first. So Mona's absence here today is not a side inconvenience, it's not an anecdote. It's actually centrally linked to the themes that you see on the slide here of what our panel is about: human rights, just transitions, institutional frameworks. In just a few days, we will mark 1 year of an ongoing genocide and an ongoing ecocide of Gaza, of the West Bank, and the destruction of Lebanon. These are atrocities that have been live streamed to us. We have watched them in real time. Human rights frameworks, justice frameworks, regional and international frameworks have not been able to stop these harms. They have not been able to stop the annihilation and the invasion of people, of ecosystems, of lands. They have not been able to simply cease fire, let alone do the accountability or the justice for the harms committed that we have been discussing all day. For some, this is really a moment of crisis of the frameworks that have been in place internationally since the end of the World War II, the so-called rules-based order that they now see as broken. For others of us, this is a symptom of the colonial nature of many of these institutional frameworks in the first place, that were always meant to exclude certain populations. The genocide of Palestinians, the invasion of Lebanon, the expanding regional and now global war is arising out of a settler colonial project, and it is being committed with the complicity of other settler colonial states and former colonizers. And whatever perspective you or diagnosis you make of this moment that we are in, I think the question is the same. In a world that does not have the frameworks to stop a live stream genocide, what hope do we have for stopping environmental damage, for fighting climate change, for ensuring human rights and justice in any transitions, for ensuring any progressive transitions rather than transitions to a more violent and a more oppressive world? So this is the moment we are in globally. I think it's a moment we have to look straight in the face when we are discussing any global challenge and the institutional scaffolding we have in place. So now what? We are here in Brazil. We are at an event convened by an organization called Assuntos del Sur. So I think we also have to tell another story about this moment. And it is one where the Global South, and I know, hold all your reservations for the term, I know it's ambiguous and not, hold it for a second. It is also a moment where the Global South has activated frameworks of South-South solidarity. From the armed resistance in Lebanon, in Yemen, or in Iraq, to the legal battles that South Africa has waged with the case in the ICJ, to the support of that case by Namibia, by Nicaragua, by Brazil, to the diplomatic solidarity like that of Colombia, and again, since we are here, Brazil, and there are others that I won't mention. We know none of this has been enough. We know none of it is enough. But these actions and our setting, all of us here today, do inspire us to perhaps ask a different question or reframe the question that I said before. In a world where frameworks of South-South solidarity are stronger or could be stronger, what might be possible? So it is in this context that convenings such as these are so valuable, because we are centering the realities of structural inequality. We are centering the realities of deep power asymmetries at all levels of governance. We are highlighting the ongoing colonial logics and projects, and we are centering indigenous peoples. And, crucially, centering the strategies, the frameworks, and the alternative visions that we might implement together. So it is in this spirit that I am really delighted to introduce our three panelists from Brazil, from Chile, and from Liberia, who will be sharing their experiences from their work in these different Global South contexts. We have with us, and I will introduce them in the order with which they will speak. We have with us José Aylwin from the Observatorio Ciudadano in Chile. He has worked on the development of action research in defense of indigenous people's rights and human rights in Latin America. We also have with us, to my left, Francis Colli from Green Advocates International in Liberia, who has worked on leveraging national laws and international mechanisms to protect human rights, and also on policy reforms in Liberia's mining, forestry, and agricultural sectors. And we have here, immediately to my right, Eduardo Avila from Rebulo Solar in Brazil. He is a social entrepreneur and member of the BRICS Young Leaders Advisory Council. So welcome all. We will hear from each of them first in the order I introduced them, and then we're going to open the discussion to questions. I've asked them to limit their discussion to 12 minutes or so, so that we have time for questions from the audience. It would be nice to have an open discussion. Jose, please, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Julia, IDRC, and Asuntos del Sur, and everybody here this afternoon. After your challenging introduction, it's hard to talk about frames, international and domestic frames concerning a fair and just energy transition in the context of climate crisis. But anyways, that was the question that we were asked to talk about. I will talk from my experience at the Observatorio Ciudadano in Chile, in NGO working on human rights in general and indigenous people's rights and business, and also in relation to the experience that we have as part of global networks, particularly with the International Federation for Human Rights, in trying to promote these international frames in general in human rights and environmental rights. I will read so I can be clear with my my presentation. Almost nobody seriously, although this morning it was said that there's some, still in this region, there's some authorities that deny the urgent need towards fossil fuel substitution for a sustainable and renewable sources of energy to confront the climate crisis that we're living. Although there's still a debate on what is considered to be sustainable and renewable, relevant to say is that mining has never been renewable and that hydropower in a context of global warming is far from being sustainable. The discussion which is central, at least from a human rights perspective, is who pays the cost of such transition. The paradox is that the push for this transition is largely coming from those considered developed countries whose green gas emissions are estimated in 80% of the total and have caused the climate crisis, and the price of such crisis is being paid by the global south. I know that there's a challenge to that notion, but where most operations in search of minerals and metals that sustain the so-called green transition are taking place. A good example of this paradox, and that's part of the experience that we have as an NGO based in Chile, is that of lithium industry. Although 1/3 of the world's lithium production comes from the so-called lithium triangle in Chile, Argentina, and Bolivia, the profit of this industry mainly goes to the global north companies, China, the US, Japan, Australia. Moreover, 80% of lithium is destined to batteries, in particular for electric cars, which are being produced and consumed in China and the European member states. In contrast, indigenous communities who live in the Andean salt flats where lithium is extracted receive little or no benefit from lithium rather than all the costs of the green transition. Among the human rights adverse impacts of lithium industry on indigenous peoples in the case of Chile is lack of consultation, FPEC, impacts on rights to land, water, and environment. In the context of Argentina, where also lithium is being extracted, social protest against the imposition of a legal framework aimed at promoting lithium extraction has been severely repressed and criminalized. It is in this consequence, and as a consequence of civil society agency, that reforms in international, regional, and domestic frames to tackle this reality have been introduced in recent decades. This morning, Andresa was referring to the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. However, she was stressing also the fact that these guiding principles were enacted like in 2011. They're generally non-binding, particularly for business entities, and states have done little to enforce these guidelines. So after more than a decade of implementation of the guiding principles, again, civil society has promoted the enactment of a legally binding instrument on transnational corporation and other business entities. In its last draft, the proposed treaty considers victim-centered access to justice an effective remedy for victims of human rights abuses in the context of business activities, including among them journalists, workers, members of indigenous peoples, and others. At the domestic level, legislative frames on human rights and environment and due diligence have been enacted in several European states, including France, Germany, Netherlands, and Norway. This is not irrelevant due to the fact that many of the investments in the global south come from corporations based in these countries. In 2024, the EU approved its directives on corporate accountability, requiring large companies to conduct due diligence to identify, mitigate, prevent, and remedy harmful human rights and environmental impacts of their operations. Moreover, companies will also have to adopt a transition plan to make their business compatible with the Paris Agreement global warming limit of 1.5 degrees Celsius. At the regional level, there's also an effort promoted by civil society in Brazil, in Peru, and in Chile to draft and to promote legal frames ensuring enforceability of business due diligence on human rights, access to justice, and reparation for harms for which businesses are responsible, with explicit inclusion of the rights to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment recognized by the UN as such in 2022. Also at the regional level, and this has been referred in past presentations, and following the path of the Aarhus Convention in Europe, in 2018, 24 Latin American states signed the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation, and Justice on Environmental Matters, which entered into effect in 2021 with 16 ratifications. My understanding is that Brazil, Colombia have still, which are the countries that have the highest number of cases of threats to human rights offenders and environmental rights offenders, have not ratified the Escazú agreement. The agreement establishes that states need to prevent, investigate attacks to those human rights and environmental rights defenders. And this year, in the context of a COP, also with the active participation of civil society, an action plan on human rights defenders on environmental matters was approved by the Escazú signatories, identifying priorities and responsibilities and measures to be adopted with the aim of ensuring effective implementation of Article 9 of the agreement, which refers explicitly to the rights of human and environmental rights defenders. At the regional level, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights in 2021 issued a resolution on climate emergency, which stresses that states need to adopt measures that ensure individuals and communities affected by human rights abuses and violations under their jurisdictions to have access to effective remedy mechanisms, including the accountability of companies and the determination of their criminal, civil, and administrative responsibility. This year, the Inter-American Commission, the Inter-American Court on Human Rights had hearings with 150 delegations in preparation of an advisory opinion on climate emergency and human rights, which focused on the obligation of states and also of non-state actors in the context of climate emergency. Unfortunately, none of these frames have changed drastically the context in which human and environmental rights defenders face in our region and globally. According to Business and Human Rights Resource Center, from 2015 to 2022, there's been 5,000 attacks against human rights and environmental defenders. 2,000 of them took place in Latin America, 35% of them against indigenous peoples. 1,000 of these attacks involved both renewable energy projects as well as mining projects, and mining, as we know, including copper and cobalt, are central to central components of the green or the so-called green transition. These shocking figures to end up have led civil societies to search for other avenues to ensure a human rights-based just transition. One of them is climate litigation. There's a recent report by UNEP that identifies more than 2,000 climate-related cases filed in international and regional courts, special procedures of the United Nations, and at regional and UN bodies. Such claims, relying on international human rights and national legislations, have challenged domestic non-enforcement of climate-related laws, has sought to keep fossil fuels in the ground, advocated for greater disclosure to end greenwashing, address corporate liability and responsibility for climate harms. Interestingly, that jurisprudence emerging from those international bodies have increasingly, and domestic bodies, have increasingly adjudicated in favor of climate on the grounds of existing international and domestic law, including the Paris Agreement. Some examples, and I'll end up with this because I know that I'm out of time. The UN Human Rights Committee decided in a case that Australia had violated international human rights law through climate policy and inaction in the case of Torres Strait Islanders. indigenous peoples of Australia. Brazil's Supreme Court recently held that the Paris Agreement is a human rights treaty which enjoys supranational status. A Dutch court ordered Shell to comply with the Paris Agreement and reduce its carbon dioxide emissions by 45% to the year 2030. A Paris court held that France's climate inaction to meet its carbon budget goals have caused climate-related ecological damages. These decisions provide us with some hopes, taking into account that frames that I referred to that have been a consequence of civil society, human rights organizations, indigenous peoples movements, environmental movements have not really been provided the results or the expectations that we had on them. However, this last avenue of climate litigation seems to be a possible avenue to challenge the cost, the impacts, the cost, and the inequalities of the so-called just transition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You were perfectly on time, like down to the second. So thank you so much for that survey of the insufficient frameworks, but also the creativity with which tools are being used, perhaps now with climate litigation. And so thank you. Francis, on to you.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you to DRC and then our colleagues Zonto. Yes. Can you hear me? All right. So I want to thank everyone for this platform where we all can sit and then discuss the issue involving local communities. So we are quite grateful for this. Green Advocate is a Liberian-based organization. We are working on right-based issues in the new Liberia. So we are also environmental lawyers. Quickly with the background, Liberia, if you have followed our story, is a post-conflict country. Meaning we just emerged from war like some 20 years ago. But to be very frank, we are still working to get peace. Meaning we have a long way to go after our crisis. Our post-war economic recovery program is heavily built on attracting foreign direct investment. Of course, you know that is the shortcut to most countries emerging from civil war. So it means that from 2006 to 2017, Liberia attracted over 16 billion in foreign direct investment. The next thing is that during the same period, Liberia also allocated approximately half of the country landmass to natural resource concessions, including mining, rubber, palm oil, and forestry. So Liberia is an export-oriented economy. We are exporting our natural resources or the raw materials without added value, a very big blow to us. So it means that while foreign direct investment is creating employment opportunities, helping to say improve infrastructure and raise tax revenue, but based on the Liberian experience, such a rapid investment has not been conflict sensitive, and it's also not climate smart, and it's becoming detrimental to sustaining our peace and the environment. So I will quickly provide a context for human rights-based just transition and then the climate agenda in Liberia. Liberia is perpetuating climate-damaging investments, such as large-scale oil palm and rubber plantations. Of course, you know, rubber and palm oil plantations are considered monoculture and are being cultivated through clear cutting of forests. And you know what that means for our environmentalists. Large tract of land, clear cut. Then Liberia is also currently expanding its hydropower, the same case of my colleagues. The next thing is that in the absence of a carbon policy or law, Liberia is already very active on the carbon market. So 2 cases quickly to consider moving forward. In 2009, Liberia awarded 2 large-scale oil palm concessions, one to Sami Dabi, a Malaysian group, and the second was to Goliverion, an Indonesian oil palm company. And each of the concessions is valued at 220,000 hectares, awarded over old growth, mature, and natural forests. And then they gave them exclusive carbon rights over said area. No community consultations were held to obtain community consent. So those concessions are over 65 or some more years, so the carbon credit is locked up in there, and the native communities are waiting. Then recently, in December 2023, if you follow the debate from the COP38 in Dubai, Liberia was one of the 5 African countries, that is Zimbabwe, Zambia, Kenya, of course Liberia, and Tanzania, that signed conservation agreements with the Dubai-based Blue Carbon. So Blue Carbon secured forested land nearly equivalent to the size of the United Kingdom in Africa, over the 5 countries. So Liberia signed the MOU on March 25, 2023, granting a whopping 1.1 million hectares of land for use by Blue Carbon to carry on activities aimed at developing carbon trading opportunities in Liberia. So it means that Blue Carbon will have total control of the targeted area in Liberia, that is in the next 30 to 60 years, if the deal is to really go through. So in this deal, it means that Liberia will give out all its protected areas, all its proposed protected areas, and then the customary land, including all other rights that will be there, respectively to Blue Carbon. Again, absolutely no community consultations were held on the deal to obtain community consent. At the same time, we wish to remind you that all the protected areas and even the proposed protected area were awarded outside community consent, and they are still being heavily contested. So overall, what are we experiencing in the Liberian context of the climate agenda? There's absence of human rights in the climate change related policies and conversations in Liberia. Our communities are not being talked to. No one is talking to our people. There's a lack of enforcement of existing laws and policies that protect land and environmental defenders in Liberia. There is a very big challenge with national responsibilities of our government. So we are not seeing any state-based approach that prioritizes public investments and green infrastructure development. The Liberian government is over-reliant on private actors and is not even spending its own money on this investment. So, for example, even where the government enters co-funding of climate-related projects, it is the Liberian government that is often unable to contribute its share, thereby storing the project after investing the initial capital from the outsiders. So the government is also now expanding into so-called protected areas, like I said. So from the surface, you would think that the government is interested in establishing or investing in conservation, but that is not really the case. Conservation or expansion of protected area is more a form of land grab. As you can see, the later converted into climate D unknown to the very communities. So we are not seeing our government modernizing the capture and use of climate data and early warning systems. We don't see them equipping our communities, helping the farmers or policymakers with the information they need to protect lives and livelihood. We are not seeing that. So we are not seeing dissemination of enhanced climate information and early warning system, or the introduction again of climate smart agriculture practices. Instead, what we see, the government is criminalizing the livelihood activities of the poor. So their farming system, for example, shifting cultivation, is being criminalized by the state without any study or empirical evidence that they are contributing to the climate crisis. But yesterday they are promoting large-scale industrial production of oil palm and rubber. But shifting cultivation farmers are finding it difficult. So for the mining, agriculture, and forestry sector, we are also experiencing land grabbing. We have seen our government regularly give out large concessions, again, like I said, all without considering the potential environmental and social costs on people and the environment. We have also seen loss of cash crops and farmland, of course, subsequently leading to loss of livelihood for the local communities. We have seen water pollution leading to water scarcity and health problems. We have seen the loss of access to forest resources, such as medicinal plants. As you know, for most rural communities, the forest is considered their pharmacies. They go there and they collect their medicine and everything. That's happening in our communities. Rural communities don't bother coming to these modern hospitals. Desecration of shrines and sacred places. This is also representing an attack on the belief system of our people. It's almost like going to your church and desecrating that. So if you go to shrines and sacred places of indigenous people and desecrate that, you have attacked their belief system. We see our government doing that. So this impact have socially and economically affected vulnerable groups, particularly women and children. So we have also seen the privatization of the national security. Heavily armed elite police have been deployed across several concessions, and then they are there, and they offer them better incentive than the government can provide. So we are experiencing shrinking space because of the kind of work we are involved with, and there have been brutal attacks against human rights defenders, including community leaders and their civil society counterparts. So then the other point is there is a definitional issue regarding who is an indigenous person. So that is a very key issue we are facing. The definitional issue was recently used by the International Finance Corporation to facilitate violation of human rights and environmental rights in the rubber sector in Liberia, in particular, Sala Rubber Corporation. So lastly, how are we advancing right-based just transition or climate agenda through national, regional, and international framework? So based on our experience in Liberia, we see that national, regional, and international frameworks are effective platforms to advance right-based just transition, at the same time to explore ways to engage national and regional and international actors to better protect communities and their livelihoods. So how is that happening? So first, in Liberia, nationally, we have been very active with the policy reform in our country to secure rights and then protect community rights. So for example, we're active in the passage of the environmental law of the country, the forestry reform law of 2006, the commercial right law of 2009, the land right acts and the land right policy, both 2013 and 2018, the land right, the business and human rights national plan of 2024. So those are things we have done at the national level. At the regional and international level, our work with the West Africa Directorate. So we have worked with our colleagues at the Mano River Union Natural Resource Right and Governance Platform to produce the West Africa Frontline Grassroots Environmental and Human Rights Defenders Baseline Assessment Report of 2021. And what we have done with our report is that we have provided a very damning account of the plight of human rights defenders in the region. So in particular, the report highlights the acute underreporting of reprisals against defenders working on economic, social, and cultural rights issues. These defenders are predominantly on the front line of communities struggling against land, environment, and climate crisis. So we also launched the directorate to monitor and document attacks on defenders. The other one is that we are working to replicate ESCAZU. So this is, like my colleague said, the regional agreement on access to information, public participation, and justice in environmental matters in Latin America and the Caribbean. So we are making effort to replicate that in Africa. So what we have done is that we have established what we call the African Environmental Rights Legal Coalition, which advocate for the promulgation of our environmental rights legal framework similar to ESCAZU. So it would be great while we are in Latin America to hear from our colleagues on how this is working and whether it is a good idea to even take that to Africa and try to replicate that in our place there. So it's a good opportunity to hear from my colleagues there. The other point is we are also working on similar issue you talk about. We are working to seek an advisory opinion from the African Court on the human rights obligations of African government to respond to the climate crisis. So very good lesson again to learn from here. So we have organized the African Climate Advisory Opinion Network, and is focusing on mobilizing a team of lawyers across Africa and climate activists to research and submit a petition to the African Court seeking an advisory opinion on the human rights obligation of African government to respond to the climate crisis. So currently, we are leading a team of over 25 lawyers and over 60 African climate civil society organizations to seek this advisory opinion. But already I'm hearing the feedback, so it would be great to also hear whether this is something that we can learn from and what can we take forward within the context of the situation or the practitioners who are already going through this. So lastly, moving forward, we say we want to see our government in the sub-region adopt a human rights-based approach to the climate crisis. We wanted to put community at the center of adaptation and mitigation measures. Currently, our communities are completely out. This is it. We want it to be pro-poor, we want it to be right-based, and we want it to be tenure-based. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Francis. Yeah, what you mentioned about learning from Latin American examples is precisely what I think the value of these convenings are, but also not just learning about the strategies, but also even learning about the structural ways that our regions are connected through inequality. So, for example, and this also complicates the global south. So in the Arab world, the Gulf countries are not acting, they're global north countries, and they're involved now in carbon offsetting and speculative mechanisms that are affecting Africa directly. And, you know, as Arab researchers, we have a hard time researching this from the Gulf, but we might have a better time maybe cooperating and working on how, you know, these linkages are affecting your region. So last but not least, we're going to go, I think, to the national level and to Brazil with Eduardo. Thank you.
Thank you. If you excuse me, I'm going to use some slides here just to make, I think, that the image more clear. If I can stand, I feel more comfortable. So I'm based here in Rio. I'm here with Isadora. Milena has worked with us at Revolusolar this year as well. We have created here in Rio de Janeiro the first solar energy cooperative ever in a Brazilian favela. So my perspective here, I'm not a lawyer, I'm sorry. I am an economist, so my perspective here will be the social economic perspective, especially to look at the camera. Okay, I saw a lot of hands up. I said, what am I talking something wrong? But yeah. So what we've been creating here is this new kind of social business model based on a community level that can be replicated and can be can show a light, a new way of organizing our energy sector based on solar energy and decentralized operations to create this just energy transition. Our contribution since 2015 that we were founded here in Rio was with this social-based community model of solar energy. But now, since this year with G20 activities and for the next year with COP30 activities, we've been expanding our scope and working on the social perspective of, in general, of solar energy industry, bringing also human rights and other opportunities that we have to maximize social and economic benefits of this transition using solar to Brazil and Global South. But yeah, the first idea is how we have created this model to alleviate energy poverty. So I have to be here, I'm confused here. I have to be here. Ah, até aqui assim. Ah, tá bom. Sorry. Okay. 1 second. I have to point it here. No? Tudo bem? No, but I will continue. So, what we've been doing here in Rio for the last 9 years is, yeah. Can put in the first one. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. What we've been doing here is to promote this social development of those communities through solar, very aligned with the SDGs agendas. For this, with this model, we have won some recognitions, national and internationally. And we are in this context. I feel it's interesting to have like 1 or 2 minutes to brief Brazilian energy context. Solar 10 years ago was not even appearing in this electricity matrix. And the last 10 years, it's been a solar revolution in Brazil. Since our first regulatory framework 10 years ago, we have now more than 4 million of people using solar in a decentralized way in Brazil with this national regulation. And it's now the second largest source of electricity in Brazil, and the projections are to be the first one in the next 20 years, surpassing hydro. And when we talk about solar PV evolution in Brazil, we're talking mainly on distributed generation in the last years. And the numbers are impressive. We have now, if I would update this, more than 1 million new jobs created in Brazil, and a lot of contributions in the climate issue. But what we've been focused is the energy poverty issue and how solar can help to alleviate that. We have now worldwide, the energy poverty perspective is mainly linked with the people that do not have access to electricity, that are over 700 million people, especially in Africa and Asia. In Brazil, we have this problem. It's not that big. We have 1 million people in the Amazon region, and we're going to host COP30 next year. And these 1 million people are in the state of Pará, which is the state that is hosting COP. So this is something that we have to see. But also in the big urban areas, we have other dimensions of energy poverty. If I have the electricity grid, but I cannot pay for the electricity to have an AC in my home, when the heat here in Rio, you're feeling that, right? And if the energy is out like 2 or 3 times a week, I don't have a good energy access. So we have all these dimensions of energy poverty that decentralized solar energy can help to alleviate if it is promoted in a just and fair way. It's now the most cheap form of electricity ever in the world. It is the leader among job creations, and it allows this decentralized cooperative and associations like how we've been shown. And we have created this methodology of social development that gives the autonomy of the implementation and maintenance and the management for the local community. It is based on the job training program for our local residents to install and to maintain the systems, on an educational and cultural activities for the local leaders, children, and young people to become leaders in this world, together with the sustainability, sustainable energy line. So I'm going to not give a deep dive here, but we've been replicating for the last 2 years this model. We are now in 10 communities over Brazil, an indigenous community in the Amazon region as well, adapting the model to its isolated conditions. Other favelas in Rio, Brazil, popular housing systems. And this is the first cooperative that we have created in Rio. It's been operating for 3 years with this cooperative model, led by especially the people in the favela. They are self-managed now with our partnership. And with the partnership of external actors that gives grants or sponsorships, since now the funding is non-refundable, but we've been showing that this can have like a blended finance model. And the money is used to train the local people to implement the power plants locally. All our installations are rooftop solar. This is something that is worth mentioning. We advocate here for the decentralized rooftop solar because as we've been seeing in the 80s, in the 90s, and with the hydropower plants in Brazil and in the last 2 or 3 decades with wind, big power plants, those sources, like Jose mentioned, have those social and environmental impacts. And that's why we've been focusing on rooftop solar, because also big power plants of solar centralized have also these social environmental impacts that we have to see. But rooftop minimizes those impacts a lot. And so these power plants give the discounts in the electricity bill for the local residents, and they pay half of the savings they have in the electricity bill to the local cooperative to keep it running and to do the management by themselves. Like I said, we're replicating this all around Brazil. We've been getting together this knowledge into materials to make it replicable for other NGOs or companies or governments. We have online and free courses about this. And we've been working closely with Brazilian government to include this perspective of solar energy in the social perspective to public policies. One recent victory that we have is the inclusion of solar energy in the biggest popular housing program in Brazil, My Life, My House, My Home, My Life program, Minha Casa, Minha Vida, that is going to include for more than 1 million households of low income in the next 2 years, solar energy to reduce their electricity expenses, because we're talking about climate crisis here, and climate crisis have the disastrous perspective, but there is something about climate crisis that is not mentioned as we think it should be. In G20 working group for disasters relieving, they have mapped with a North Globe methodology how can I say in English? But the lower temperature events. And in Brazil, I think if you go to the streets, we are living a very severe heat wave here. And low-income population do not have this AC that we have here, or they cannot afford electricity to live, to have well-being in this scenario. So when we talk about accessible energy, we are talking about well-being for those people. And those people also suffer more of outages in the electricity supply. So this is fundamental for them to have the conditions to have electricity in their homes and to have a good life. We have other examples of public policies in Brazil that we are advocating for, and we're helping the government to build, especially in a local level as well. This Sunday we're having municipal elections here in Brazil, and we've been running a campaign for the candidates to include just energy transition proposals in their programs. But as I said in the beginning of my talk, how many minutes do I have? 150. We've been getting these recommendations on our models that we are creating here to be included in the G20 agenda and next year the COP30. Before I invite you to be part of the solar revolution, you can find us on social media. We have created with Milena and other partners here some recommendations for the G20, and I think they are materialized on our paper that we've been publishing with T20, but they are really focused on how can national governments create national public policies to include this perspective of solar energy, to accelerate this fair energy transition, with new financing mechanisms as well. Internally in the electricity sector, there is a lot of money in the electricity sector going to the wrong hands. There is money also in the public budget that are going to the wrong hands, and we are showing that this has more social, economic, and environmental returns than the other programs that are being prioritized. And we are showing that new business models and new institutional arrangements based on a local level can be implemented with the partnership of local governments and the coordination of national governments. But also we need global financing to make this viable. So we believe that G20 and COP30 opportunities are going to be very important for us to show that Brazil and the Global South have the models. We can export these models, but we also need the North cooperation to finance, because renewable energy still requires a lot of investment to be implemented. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Whenever I hear the term solar revolution, it really reminds me of my home country, Lebanon, because of the electricity crisis we have. I mean, we now barely have no electricity that is not private solar paneling, and everybody called it a solar revolution. And a point that we made is a revolution is by definition a collective action. So everybody putting solar panels on their house is not a solar revolution. And it's interesting to hear about projects that are, more cooperative based and more. And maybe and now when we get into the questions and answers, I would love to hear a little bit more of the landscape of social entrepreneurship in Brazil and how it's connected to collectives and movements. Yeah, I'd be very interested just to hear about that from my own learning about Lebanon. The floor is open. We have 10 minutes. Yes, Nacho, 10 minutes. We can go till 3:30? Okay, 10 minutes. So please introduce yourself just briefly before you ask your question. If not, I can ask. Or comments, yes, if you felt really strongly about something someone said. Yes, go ahead.
So, my name is Salia. I'm Salia Idrissa Sharif, and I'm from Liberia. I'm also from Green Advocates. I just wanted to add to my colleague's presentation on something about the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions, as well as Liberia also just published the what's the kind of thing? Business and Human Rights Policy, the National Action Plan of Business and Human Rights. They also published that, yeah, and as well as the NDCs. But the unfortunate thing about this is like the NDC. The NDC is also something that is linked to like international policies, as you were making reference to. That which is the climate change, the Paris Agreement is connected to it, but then the human rights component is also missing. I just wanted to stress on that. And then the Business and Human Rights Action Plan have also been published. We are here. I mean, it's just been published like a month or two ago. So we are looking forward to it to see how it's going to be like facilitated and implemented, because some of the weaknesses that comes with these policies is also accountability, like how the state react to keeping people accountable, or even the state themselves, how do they react to enforcement? Because all of those policies and things that he just listed, the environmental policy and all the other policies and stuff, the enforcement of those policies are also weak. So I just thought to add that, and I hope that it helped the conversation that he was raising. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I have a very, very, very short comment, because I think it's interesting when Eduardo was talking about, I was thinking about the infrastructural violence that we are always subject when we talk about the lack of access to water, to energy, and things like that. And I think it's very important for us to, when we're talking about a just transition, equitable transition, that we point out that the reparation is it's the main point why we're talking about here. Why is missing? What components are missing in human rights? Because we're talking about infrastructure violence, and we have to talk about this when we are trying to advocate for a just transition. So I think it's the main importance here. So thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. I'm Vitor. I'm from Ibazi, and I would like to address the question to Jose because he was treating about critical mining, and I was wondering because we were discussing in some other space the idea of these paradigms and framework for climate transition and also for human rights. But there are a lot of actors that are arguing that we have no novelty in that. We have some old and continued disputes that are being labeled within the context of climate transition. So I would want to hear from you if you think that there are any novelty in the discussion on governance in these discussions of critical minerals and mining, or if it's a continuity that is being reinforced, since we have seen also today that the framework of litigation and also dispute is like blocked because we have no treaty, we have a voluntary principles, but we have no efforts to make it viable.
Okay, thank you. Let's take another question while Jose thinks on it a little.
My name is Muna Malek. I'm from Atenda das Candidatas. I have a question for Francis. It's about the palm oil. In Brazil, we had the same problem, especially in the northeast of Brazil. I'm from a state like 8 hours from Rio by car. And they have a community that's we call Quilombo in there. Do you know what means Quilombo? Or no? Quilombo, it's like when we have slavery here, the black ones who run from the slavery, they organize communities of black people, indigenous people as well, and they are still organized in quilombos. And we have like lands, the market, and everything about that. And we have a lot of problems with palm oil as well. And also in Colombia, I found the same problem, especially in Cali and those regions who most part of the black people lives now. And I learned from Mark, from Indonesia, the same problem, and from you. But here in Brazil, in this part of Brazil, Espírito Santo, they create a kind of program about palm oil, because palm oil is also used to cook. And to cook foods who are used normally in rituals, religious rituals, in candomblé as well, that's a religion as Brazilian one, but from Africa to Brazil. And they create a kind of work to use palm oil to cook, to religious things, and also the other parts of Palma to restructure all the economy about Palma. I need to know if you have some program or if you know some initiative about that as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Jose, do you want to answer the question?
Thanks. I don't know if I'll exactly answer your question, but what I was trying to talk about is the fact that there's been this evolution from voluntary frames to mandatory frames, addressing the responsibility of states, but more and more the responsibility of business. and climate litigation has helped to address the responsibility of business entities and not only of states. On the other hand, there's been an evolution with the inclusion of the right to environment as a human right, and the UN declaration in that context has been quite relevant. And all of these, both the international frames and the domestic frames, now explicitly include not only the need of the obligation of states and business to respect human rights and to protect human rights and to provide redress and remedy to human rights, but also to environmental rights. Also, I would say, going to your question is with regard to lithium. And lithium operations generally, in the context of Latin America, but also in other contexts, take place largely on indigenous peoples' territory. And indigenous peoples, we haven't talked that much of that, but have been quite successful in building international frames that currently are accepted, at least formally, in most states in Latin America, and in states where business are based, such as Canada and Australia, that are mining countries. And these frames provide with particular rights. We have to do, basically in the context of operations, they have to do with, they include the right to consultation and FPEC, the right to compensation for damages, and the right to participation on benefits. Those are three sets of rights which are, moreover, you were referring to governance. Well, as a consequence of these rights, indigenous peoples have been able, on many contexts, to push these operations to provide governance mechanisms that include their participation, and not only participation in governance structures, but also on benefits. Finally, I didn't mention because of time, but many of these business entities and these corporations have been building what are called the multi-stakeholder initiatives. That, I would say, as a consequence both of the pressure of indigenous peoples, human rights organizations, but also as a part of the greenwashing and as part of also of market policies that need a certification to enter into certain markets. In the context of mining, one of the largest, there's different multi-stakeholder initiatives. One of them is ICM, the International Council on Mining and Metals. And that multi-stakeholder initiative requires specifically the free, prior, informed consent of indigenous peoples in a given project. However, there's a strong critique to multi-stakeholder initiatives because of indigenous peoples and the affected communities are not necessarily participating in decision-making of these multi-stakeholder initiatives, and on many to share our experiences. It's a consequence of the pressure of local communities, indigenous peoples, and the support of civil society organizations such as the ones that we're gathering together here in Rio.
That was such a wonderful wrap-up to the panel that I will say nothing more. Maybe, Francis, you can answer the palm oil question independently, privately, after we close the panel. But thank you, everyone, for... Oh, you want to? Okay, sure.
Thank you. So, Muna, thank you. It's a very good question, I must say. First, in Africa, or in Liberia in particular, palm oil is also traditionally grown. So many before commercial palm oil was introduced, our indigenous people have also been harvesting traditional palm oil. And they've been using it a lot in their cooking, etc. There's an economic activity linked to that too. You can use it to process washing soap, etc., etc. So there's a lot they've been doing. What happened to this model? is that it had removed them from their economic train. It had destroyed their livelihoods. It has introduced a model that they are not used to, a model that is not sustainable. That is the difference. So they come over. Our first way of telling them about a sustainable model was that, can you do investment that a farmer will remain a farmer? Are you able to produce that model? And they are struggling with that model. So I'm a farmer. If you introduce oil palm industry or another industry closer to my community, and I have to leave my farming work to join you, if I don't survive in that industry because it will require a specialized skill, and I want to return to farming, can I ever become a farmer? In our community, the answer is zero, because the farmland are destroyed behind you. So if you don't survive in that economy, you are doomed. That's a model that is difficult to sustain. That has been our argument. So in most instances, people are worse off than they were before the investment was introduced. So what kind of model is that? At least it should be an elevation. First, I'm sleeping on the mat. You introduce an investment, and then I move to a mattress. While I'm on the mattress, you introduce the investment, I go on the mat. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we do officially close. Thank you all for being here.
So now we will invite you a little break. Then we can have another coffee. Then we will return to the working groups to further refine the work we have started during the morning. Now, in this time, we will work again in two groups to identify the actions and the actors that can implement those dimensions that we identify and agreed upon during the morning. So for those that are following in home, we will be back at 5, more or less, to the closing remarks. So thank you, and have a coffee, please. pongas delante de que queda feo. Ah, boludo, te decimos que que es lindo. Sí, ponételo a ella, no pasa nada.
Okay, we're gonna make a short conclusion of our day of hard work. We're very thankful for the effort, for being here with us. We just wanna ask the coordinator of the workshops to share with the rest of the group what you've been working on. So, Milena, if you want to start.
Thank you so much. Just to sum it up, a few of the points that we have come up here. So a point that we think it's very important to be included in all spheres of our recommendation is to have a people-centered approach. So to make sure that we're including local communities in all phases of policy making, from the design, consultation, to decision-making, implementation. And also this inclusion should be encompassing the idea of gender, race, age, ethnicity, people with disabilities. So inclusion as a whole, and here we just quoted a few, but it's important to make sure that we are, in each country, we have different scopes for inclusion, but those are the main ones that we have suggested. Also, we're going to use the FPIC2. If I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong. It says this is free, prior, informed, consent approach that should be also in all phases, in all points that we have here. And also we have mentioned something very important, is that we already have spaces where people can participate, but we should either reform the existing spaces or to create, in case those don't exist, and to have them in a national and international level, because in case we don't have a government that supports this at a national level, we still have the international level to go to, and the national spaces should be decentralized also throughout the country, as not to go only to capitals, and make it truly inclusive. Second point is just resource allocation. So we should prioritize resource allocation on local, mostly, let's say, indigenous enterprises, and also to tailor fit financing to local conditions and needs of each country and each population, from a macro to micro level. Lastly, we put rule of law as a whole, but we should make the concept of rule of law in a way that is very inclusive and just. So we wanted to have a human rights centered approach to policy design and also on implementation. And also we want to promote, implement, and inform and ensure access to justice. Also, we want the rule of law to be non-discriminatory in the laws approach, and also to have policy choice. And just to explain this last point, to make sure that all people want actually to go further with this. They should have the right to make a choice whether they want this policy or this debate to go further or not. So this is just a summary of our discussions, and that's it. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Milena. And no, there's no need. Within the other group that we were working on recommendation 4 of the task force 2, that dealt with indigenous people, traditional communities, knowledge, participatory governance. Well, we have identified 3 broad dimensions in order to enrich this recommendation. The first one is the treatment of traditional knowledge. So what we understand by traditional knowledge, and in which way we treat this information, and in which way we treat the people that is the depository of this traditional knowledge. So this is not self-evident, and sometimes it could be, maybe it should be better defined or better treat this concept of traditional knowledge, but we think that this is something that can be further worked in this recommendation. The second one has to be with reparation of human rights violations, reparations with an intersectional perspective. So the recognition that it's not the same, the violations of human rights or the rights of indigenous peoples, if we are talking about women or men, if they are rural women. So that's why the intersectional perspective is so important in order to enhance this recommendation. And third one was the topic of recognition and self-determination. So we don't have to speak in the name of, we are not, we were just discussing here, we are not representing, in this case that we were talking about indigenous people. At least we have to use our spaces in order to change the current structures that doesn't allow these local communities, our indigenous people, to go, if they decide to go, if they decide to participate, that they can be part of these global processes. But this should be their own decision, an informed decision. There are many actions that were suggested, like for example, in terms of, for example, companies violating human rights, the existence of fundings that can be used to reparations to the communities that are violated their rights. Then it was very discussed the topic of opening participation spaces for local communities, indigenous people, and which are the conditions for participation, but also this is also something very interesting, how we should change the current structures of participation to allow indigenous and local communities to participate, not to transform local communities so that they can adapt to current structures. So we have we should put our energies to change the current global governance structures so that they can effectively be participating, and they can be autonomous in the information and the participation process. So there are many other things. As you know, both groups, this will be an open shared document, and I'm sure that we will be able to enrich it in order to present it by mid-November. Thank you very much.
Just a final word. I don't have much to add. I need to go there. I don't have much to add to what's been said. I just want to recognize the effort you made here today. It's been a long day. From people that have just arrived from Liberia all the way, or people that are still trying to catch up from Philippines, their sleep, and yet, or people that are here in Rio, that sometimes we know that people, when events happen in your city, is more difficult when you're overseas, because life keeps going. So I can see that all of you have been canceling things to be here. So everybody has made an amazing effort, and we're grateful for this. The effort, it's a double effort in the terms of this initiative, because at the same time we try to show nuances, diversity, different legal frameworks, different cultures. At the same time, we work together and try to find common questions, common agendas, common challenges, so that we can pursue together. The whole idea of this is what we can do together to push for this agenda. Ultimately, is what Francis, I like what you said about the mattress. Is all of this going to come just so we go back to sleep in the mat on the floor? There's no point for that. So let's try to change that to make it a more just transition. So this is what I want to say. Thank you again. We're going to be sharing the conclusion. We're going to write them down. And it would be great to raise the voice of this group, either to the T20 if we still have time, or the C20, or any other efforts. So this CALI, this alliance, this community of practice that we are building, is an open process. We're going to continue working for the coming years, and everybody is more than welcome to join the process. So thank you very much.